Hello and welcome to well, a very quick so I didn't long finish the stream, but this update to nuclears has just dropped just a few minutes ago or so. So we are back. I do apologize if that's loud. Oh my god. So we are back with another episode of nuclears. I will try my best as well to include a tutorial into this live stream instead of having to do a separate video just for a tutorial. But if you do enjoy this stream, then please, obviously, the usual thing, like, subscribe, turn on all notifications. And without further ado, notice I haven't actually got any music playing at the start of the stream. It's because I wanted to launch this stream as quick as I could. But yeah, I'm just going to change the scene over. Boo. I think I did not press it properly. There we go. I've just cut the scene. So here we are. I've also got I've got the stream set to ultra low latency, so I think the stream updates a little bit quicker than what it would do because I've had latency set to normal. But here we are in the game, ready and to go. I'll bring the merch scroll thingy down so you can see the stuff in the top left corner of the screen. Let me turn the game audio back on. Here we go. And let me turn down the game audio a little bit. So you can tell the difference. The ground has been changed ever so slightly, as you can see. This has been brought closer, I think, or it's been changed. But the well thing is now here instead of somewhere on the opposite side of the map. Obviously this is still the same. This hasn't really changed much from what I can see. But we are literally just exploring outside. This is new. I don't know what's going on here. Don't know. Let me, because I want to do it professionally here. So I'm not sure what Ivan is doing. Ivan, if you're wondering, is the developer of Nuclears. But he must be coming up with an idea over here somewhere. Either that or it's just a little bit of a mistake on the ground texturing. But we'll have a little bit of an exploration outside. Because I'm going to leave the best till last. So he's changed. So the so this bit's all slightly changed. So yeah, we've got, this is all slightly changed. What I am trying to look for is to see where the pumps are for the external water supply, because they used to be next to the train tracks, but not far from it. We might hop into the train here and take a trip down to the reservoir, see if that's still in its same location, or that it's moved. Now I've got back. Can I get up here? Yeah. So we're gonna go to the train over here, and then once we're in the train, we'll see if the reservoir option is still there as a station, because the station's down there somewhere. But again, it could have changed location. So we're gonna close reservoirs. So I'm not going to assume that the reservoir has changed that much. So we'll find out what's going on. We'll leave the power on for the train. So this is, I don't think there is much changed out here. It looks pretty much the same. There's not much of a difference out here on the external reservoir. However, it does appear that he has either moved this back, or he's just brought the terrain up a little bit from here, because this used to go all the way into the water. The bottom end would be over there somewhere, but there's an invisible wall there, so I can't get around there. But this pipe was where the water was, around here somewhere. But it looks like he's adjusted the terrain or moved this back, because before it used to be right at the edge of the water. But this is the edge of the water now compared to where the external pumps are. Just going to double check. Still got a fuse in it. I don't know if it's me or this has been dropped. It's got a slanted roof on it now. It didn't used to have a slanted roof as much as it did. The stairs are a lot better by the looks of it. Previous stairs, you'd have to sort of jump to get on the stairs. So he's fixed that, which is good. Yeah, let's not worry about that. Let's go back to main entrance. And then once we get to the main entrance, I will do I'll do the reveal. Now, the version of this, what is this? Well, we've got cameras and we've got what appears to be either lights. No, they are, what do you call it? Like some sort of intercom thing. I do also believe that multiplayer is available for this game, for this version of update. I'll have to just double check. But the buttons have had a bit of a change. The lights are a bit brighter than what they used to be. So let's open this up. So the doors have changed as well, I think. Yeah, the doors are slightly changed. This is where you used to enter the reactor core. And these sponsors used to be those sponsors used to be on the wall here. I do know that I don't know if this has had a refresh, but my channel name is not on the sponsors board no more. So these are probably all the new sponsors, but hey ho. So yeah, that used to be the entrance to the reactor core. This is the restricted area. Whoops. And this is the new reactor that's been in testing a lot. I've been playing the preliminary version of the game, but I was restricted to not show any footage on it. So I've been playing around with the preliminary test before it got released. But I've been awaiting to show this showcase of this update. The crane has been removed. In the preliminary version, there was a crane on the roof, but it's got some work to be done to it. Because this is a release now of this version, I should be okay to showcase the preliminary version screenshots if I've got any, which I don't know if I've got any. I think I cleared it out. Let me have a look. I might have it somewhere else. Give me a second. Let's have a look. I might have a screenshot of it somewhere else where I stored most of the stuff. So I'm just going through things I recently deleted to see the comparison basically of the preliminary version and the version we have now, which is the original testing one that was in testing and wasn't able to bring out any content for. We find it. And now I've got a screenshot of it somewhere. That's if I haven't removed them all. I may have removed all of the screenshots prior to this update. Not finding it anywhere. Let me try over here. Because I forwarded some screenshots to the developer themselves as well when I was doing the preliminary test, when I was playing it rather. I think. Could have sworn I did. I don't think I've got it anymore. It doesn't look like I've got the screenshots. I think I got rid of the screenshots because I did a massive like purge. It's quite hard to show you the difference without actually having the original screenshot. Maybe I'm trying to think where else I would have stored them. Don't think I've actually got. So I don't seem to see the screenshots no more. So it's quite hard for me to show you. I might have a video, a raw video. I don't think I stored any with the video editor. I don't think. So I was going to do a side-by-side comparison. I don't think I'll be able to do that. What is that? Oh, that's the in-game music. I was wondering where that music came from. Let's have a look. did have it. It used to have the yellow crane on it, on the roof. But it's obviously been removed. Yeah, I think it got removed. I honestly thought I had a screenshot of it, but I'm looking at another screenshot, and this screenshot was from September the 18th, 2024. But the crane wasn't in it at the time. It wasn't actually placed in at the time. So let me just pull it up. So this was a screenshot of me being in the preliminary version of the update that we're playing now on the stream. A lot of people had access to it, but we just couldn't stream it because with it being in its previous state, there was going to be bound to have issues, and you can tell it's an original because of the yellow text at the bottom of the screenshot. But this was when Ivan was working on some mechanics and other parts of it before the update came. I probably did have a screenshot of what the crane looked like prior to the screenshot that I'm showing now. However, like I said, I did a purge of the videos of the screenshots, and obviously I've wiped them away, so I'm not going to be able to recover those, unfortunately. I was even looking through Discord to see if I posted it anywhere else, but I couldn't find it anywhere. But yeah, that was the testing version. But obviously we are here. We are in the 2.0 version of Nucleus. This door is not opening. That needs to change. Automatic. I'm not sure anything else would have changed back here. This looks fairly similar. I haven't seen any changes. I don't think this was in the previous version of Nucleus, where all the coloured coded pipes. Then if we come over, so the generators, not the generators, the resistor banks have also changed. They used to be black. They are now a blue colour. Switches are all the same. This is the same. There's not much difference apart from that having a different colour skin to it. And then through here, this is all changed. This wasn't like this before. We didn't have the ventilation AC unit ducts. I don't know why we have stairs here. Obviously something's probably going to get done here, but again, like I said, when I did the testing, when I played the testing version, this wasn't here. it was just pretty much blank, with just the stairs down here, which takes you, which would take you under to the reactor itself. So we have level B1. So level B1 is going to be level basement 1, which is the core maintenance room. This screen is new. When I did the preliminary version, the screen wasn't here. Obviously we can't open up because the core's full of water, liquid at this moment in time, and it's going to be the same for the other two. But I'll show you anyway. This is level basement 2, which is the core access, which is the middle part of the reactor core. And then the final one is B3, which is the rod engine room. So we are able to go in here. Now, when I played the preliminary version, there was a bit of a bug when I walked through here. Your character would end up going in water, and then starting to die. Is this version live? Yes, it is. It literally just dropped today. The update just dropped today. But there is a glitch where you'd walk in here and you'd be in water, in the outer vessel. But that got fixed in the testing version at the same time. So this is the that's the core, that's the main reactor in the center there. Here we've got our control rod group 2, the hydraulic fluid, your fuses, then you have your control rod group 9, again hydraulic fluid, fuse box, and then it's control rod group 8, again the same, control rod group 7. So there isn't much of a difference with these models. This is just under the outer vessel, that, you know, the outer vessel that we looked at when we first stepped into the reactor. We're literally underneath all of that water, because all the water's above us, or I should say the coolant. And again, now I don't know, I'm going to assume at a later or in the future, when the hydraulic fluid goes down, you're going to have issues unless you keep on top of the hydraulic fluid. So this is the control rod, motor controller. So it's located on the last level, level 3, in the rod engine room, which makes sense for it to be here because you've got all of the rod pumps and stuff here which will control the rod. So we'll close that back up. We'll head back up to the main control room, and once we get up there, this is where the initial tutorial will start. So we've been through there because that comes out of anyway, up here so we can get up and down this ladder a bit quicker. Can we open up? Open, there we go. So here is the fuel rod. Now in the older version there was only, I think, I can't remember, I think there was only 6 fuel storage racks. You have got the different fuel. There's a class A and a class B fuel rod thing. I just can't remember the name of it. But this has been extended a little bit, which looks like you can hold more fuel rods, or the fission fuel. So let's get back on the ladder. Don't think I can close that again unless I do it the way I used to do it. Now, when I did the preliminary version, I was able to close it like I've just done. So these are your control rods. These are what you're going to insert into the reactor. However, to be able to withdraw the fuel and the rods, now bear with me because this is going to be the start of the tutorial, especially if you're new to the game. What we have to do first is we have to drain the outer vessel as before. So we have to drain the outer vessel first. And then when the outer vessel gets to a certain level, you don't have to drain it all the way. There is a certain area within the outer vessel that you can just have the water just sitting there. But you'd, like I said, you'd empty that first. Right, let's sort this out. Automatic, right, so that's automatic. I haven't shown you the turbine room, so we'll head to level 3 and I will show that to you. You can obviously as well go outside and stand on top of the roof building if you wish to do so. This is the turbine room. So it's basically a complete new overhaul of what the original one used to be. Obviously, there's still 3 in total. You have your vent valve, which is the purple piping. Obviously, you've still got the panels, but you have steam that comes from there, passes through the turbine, through, well, it doesn't go through here. The steam in here turns the propellers that's inside here, and this rod will turn, which then, when it's doing that, this will rotate round and start generating electricity on the green power line. This is the other side of the turbine hall. Ideally, that I think this could be pulled back a little bit, because if you're walking down here, you're going to bang your head on the edge there quite a few times. There's nothing really much behind here apart from under the stairs. Then we're back in the condenser room. So that's your condenser there, this great big silver thing. The turbines the older version turbines used to run through the middle here, parallel to the direction of that. But they are now all stored at the top there. So this is just your condenser room. AO is able to be remotely controlled. To remote AO, we go to Operator Assistant, Remote Control, and we are able, and there's a bit of an issue here. AO is either stuck or does not want to move. So AO was stuck in the floor a little bit. There's my character. At the top you have your energy, which is going to indicate how much power AO has left. Below that you have the health bar of AO, which is the HP. And you can use AO for anything. AO stuck again. There we go. That way, this way, will take you. This will take you to the roof of the facility itself. And of course, we've got our internal supply room, which is the same. Not much change. I haven't updated the things yet. So I don't know what's going on here. What's going on here? So the middle mouse wheel zooms in and out. There we go. What happened there? So that when you use the zoom function inside here, it may take a bit of time for the camera to reposition. And again, what is going on? It's not. You don't need to press the button because it's automatic. Now we're going the complete wrong way. We want to go back this way. So we'll wait for the elevator to come down. And then I will start showing you the process of removing the fuel from the control, from the reactor. So at the reactor panel, we have control rod banks. There is 9 banks in total. So you have your group 1, your group 2, your group 3, your group 4, your group 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And you can, depending on how many fuel rods you've installed, you can use one at a time. So you see the little colour in the middle there next to the, so this is what it looks like when it's off. If I was to turn number 2 on, the middle section now illuminates to say that that's now turned on. If I turn it off, so does the middle section. And if you've got all of your control rods in the reactor, obviously this reactor hasn't been running, it's dormant at the moment, because I've been holding off playing it a little bit until I was able to push out the content for it. This is pretty much all the same. We might as well close that. And the third valve. This is the same. Might have had a bit of a change, especially where it shows you the condenser now. It used to have like one of these icons that used to show the condenser, but now it's a complete block. You're done. And you're done. So again, all of this is the same. We've got the RCV valve and we've got a CST purge valve, which is also here, which I believe in the version of Nuclears before this update, it was already in the game. Your fuel panel has had a complete different overhaul on the panel. Again, you got 9 fuel slots on the reactor compared to 9 control rods also on the reactor. Here we have a steam water flow balance. So for some of you that have played the original version before this update dropped, it's not going to be as simple as it used to be. What you have to do is, you ideally, where the needles are currently sat, you want the needles to try and be within that range. You don't want too much water and you don't want too much steam, because it won't be efficient. You want it to be dead centered as what they are at the moment. If at any point your steam generator has too much pressure, instead of having to smack the turbine trip or the switch over there, there's an easier way, which comes to this pressure relief valve control. So 1 is for steam gen 1, steam gen 2 and steam gen 3. At the moment we've only got the third one in, so we've only got, and when you have it on, obviously you can't see any difference because there is no pressure, because again the reactor is dormant, it hasn't been ran. On here, overhaul, I need to sort that out. So this save game is from the preliminary version of the game, hence the reason why there's already some of the systems up and running and that I've already got issues. I might start a new game just in case, because the quality looks a bit different compared to what yours may look like. That could be because I'm playing a save game from a preliminary test version of this reactor. So I'll at some point do a new game and see if anything's different. If not, the indicators on the control boards like the little green dots that you see dotted around, they are now a lot more illuminated instead of a solid flat color. So if you're all the way over here, you can see the colors from here, because the intensity of the LED lights have also been increased. Again, this is still working. Again, Reactor hasn't been operating, so if I turn that on, we're not going to push anything at the moment, even though I have they are requesting power to the grid. So the installed capacity is 400 megawatts. That's your current situation, and the active demand is 400 megawatts. And I'm delivering 0.00000 kilowatts. So again, that is all different. It's had a bit of an overhaul. I haven't got the I don't have the treatment plant enabled at the moment, because when I was doing, again, with the preliminary version, as I was playing, as it was being tested and developed, I didn't want to activate it and have any issues, so hence the reason why it still remained disabled. But anyway, continuing on, external pump, we can safely turn that off because this ain't going anywhere. So now, to remove, like I said before, to remove the fuel rod and the control rods. The control rods I will show when we've done the first part of the initial tutorial, which is removing the fuel from the core itself. So red is, so here you got safe and it's closed. So when so here you go, when the icon goes yellow, it indicates that the fuel is loaded into the core but not sat in the chamber. At the moment it's sat in the chamber, so it's not going to create any fission with the control rods. So before we do an initial startup procedure of the reactor, we are going to drain, not fully drain the outer core fluid. You'll know when you can start removing the fuel and the rods is when you have the danger light change from and then safe to open. So that basically means it's safe to open the hatch. So I will apply to all bays. I will turn all bays on. Obviously, impossible to activate piston. It's not going to unload because it's only sat in the chamber. I've never loaded it into the actual reactor itself. That could probably stay on because, again, it's not going to cause any issues. We are using external power from the grid. So we now do the initial start of the draining process. So again, we will remove the liquid. Let's turn that pump off. So that will start draining. So even if you try and open the hatch, it's going to say danger because the level seat is not safe to open the doors. There is water present, so you have to wait until this light turns green. Once that initial light goes green, you can then open up the doors. So we'll let the water drain, and then when it's drained, I will start the next procedure. So we will end up sitting here for a while, just until we see the safe to open light illuminate. So it is going to take a bit of process, because I haven't upgraded the power of the pumps, and I haven't upgraded them to a newer tier as of yet. So we are going to be sat here until that safe to open light illuminates. So feel free to grab yourself coffee, drinks, pop, fizzy, whatever you want, and some popcorn. There we are. We are now safe to open up the hatches. This camera is zooming in, and I don't like it. No, that's the inventory. So I've applied it to all bays. Open hatch. And we can turn this off.
Security alert. Primary circuit pumps have been disabled. There are open hatches or floodgates.
Open hatches or floodgates. I closed it. Open hatch / gates. Where do we need to go? We need to make our way to the reactor, because apparently hatches or gates are open. I've probably gone the long way around, which is fine. Now I never had that warning message come up in the testing version, so this is new to me, because I could have sworn I closed the hatch and gate and we're back here. Okay, yeah, I completely went the wrong way. Oopsies. Oh dear. I need to... Where do we need to go? We need to go to ground zero. Floor 0. And we will cut through here instead of going all the way around. So apparently there's a hatch or a door open or a gate. So that's closed. Whoops. That one is also closed. This one is green and should be red. So I'm wondering if it's referring to the hatches on the reactor. So, yep, we know that's impossible. It might be because I've got the hatches open on the actual core itself, which would only make sense why it's giving me that more warning. So if I close the hatches on the reactor, will the warning on the board disappear? Let's have a look. So it's still flashing open hatch / gates. So we have got a multiple view. However, to change a certain view, you'd have to manually. So if we choose 10, that's the condenser room. So that's going to be on feed 1. Get your turbines there. Ideally, it would be, and then you get your fuel rods there. So is it valve? So we've got flashing red lights. So we are not able to drain. I'm assuming we can't drain the reactor anymore. Oh, it's still coming up with that flash. Oh, now the flash is stopped. So it's probably because I had the hatch open on the reactor. So we'll drain it a little bit more. So let's turn you off. Reopen the hatches.
Security alert. Primary circuit pumps have been disabled. There are open hatches or floodgates.
So now you're wondering, how do we remove the fuel rods? So we haven't got a crane at the moment because that's in that's currently being developed on with animations and stuff. So the way we would empty or remove the fuel rods is by going to the operational tasks. Here is your fuel block, install and discard, and your control rods also. So to discard, so we have class B in slot 1. So we click this, then we click the discarded container. Task completed. So there is no fuel rod in 1 anymore. Now, to remove the control rods, you can't just click on it. So you can't just click on them. Well, you can click on them, and then you have to select a container down here. Once you've selected them, it's not going to let you do it. So the way you would do that is, if you come over here, now I'm just going to turn on all 9 banks. Not needed, but I'm going to do it anyway. And we want bank 1 to be 0. So we'll go here, 0. So we could probably try and speed it up a little bit. Now, you don't want to do this in normal operation modes because it will damage the rods. So to remove, so it's basically the same process. So they are now 0. Position 0, which is fully extracted. We'll sort that out in a minute. So now, if we go back to our operational tasks, remove control rod, select bank 1, select all. Also, when you hover over the cog, it tells you the integrity of the rods, which is 100% at the moment, and we want to move them to this container. And now you are going to get a destroyed error message, but that doesn't really mean anything because there's no control rods in the banks, so it isn't really damaged. It's just the core saying that there's no rods inserted. So that reactor is completely inoperable, meaning you can't start it up without the rods or the fuel. Of course, as well, when you remove the rods, they also go back into the containers. So let's say I want to, so I think we've only got one, so we've only got one fuel block, one fuel thing at the moment. So I'm wanting to install new fresh rods. So we go to the install option, not the remove, the install. We select the container, so we'll go with the 21. We will then select bank 1, and we will simply just do that, and then they are inserted again. Before, you can also as well install the fuel rod at this the fuel thing at this point. So we will also insert that into the core at the same time. Before you even start filling up the rod, the outer core, remember to always close the hatches. And you want the control rods to be at 100%, because if you leave them out like that and you start up a reactor, you are going to go into immediate meltdown. So the quickest way, instead of pressing the number 100, let's change this back to a safe wattage for the control rods. So you can you can do it this way if you want to extract the rods a little bit quicker. So we're going to leave it at 135%. Now we need to turn on the rod bank. Quickest way to get the rods inserted is by pressing scram. And you will notice with the scram button, gravity will literally just drag them in. There's no clinking or clanking. And they are now inserted to 100%. Now you are safe to fill up the outer core. So we will load the outer core. That warning will disappear because the hatch is closed. Now it's still at this moment in time safe to open the hatches. Now I don't know if it will still fill up if the hatches are open.
Primary circuit pumps have been disabled. There are open hatches or floodgates.
So if you still forget that you've got the hatches open, it's not going to pump. It's going to put a complete halt on the process, because the hatch is open and it's unsafe, because you don't want water to go inside the inside the core. So we'll close, and then the pumps will start to work as normal because the hatch are closed and it's safe to resume the filling stage of the core. Now once you upgrade the pumps, it should be a little bit quicker. So I'm going to speed up time. So let me go to about 2 hours. Let's turn that off because we'll end up damaging the pump otherwise. Now this is the part where you have to focus.
New operating mode established. Nominal mode.
So to insert the fuel rod into the core, you have to set it to nominal, as before, in the older version. But now when you press the load fuel, that has now been inserted and is now yellow because it's now inserted in the control. So again, we're not needing to request startup because we've already requested startup. However, the generator, the steam gen, the repair is required. So steam generator, electric turbine, electric group, resistor bank, freight, and that assistant is out of service, so we need to turn him on. We don't want to do that. Start. We got that selected. And
Operator, I'm going to start with the maintenance tasks. During this time, I will not be able to respond to your commands.
so we can't fast forward, we can't skip, because the core is not in safe state. So
New operating mode established. Shutdown mode.
and then we'll unload. And then we'll go 2 hours. So it's been repaired because that required light has gone off. I will have the music play in the game. However, I don't own any rights to it. It's more of an intense moment of starting the reactor, but I'm going to have my mic turned off while I do this process because I like to try and focus and keep everything level. Before we do anything, while we are here, I may as well start filling the coolant up. So let's turn pump 3 on. Let's feed water pump and see if we can get this back up to overall. The valves, valve MO2 and MO3, I will show you the location of the locations. So go. So the MO2 and MO3 valves can be located up here. Follow this greyish pipe, and the valves are here for MO3, MO2. We'll go back down because the pump's grinding, so something's not happy. We best do something about that before we burn out the motor. So let's turn the feed water pump off. Anyway, I'm going to have my mic muted because I'm going to... Right, actually, has the condenser got... Yes, it's got pressure. So we need to turn you on. Let's put you up to 100. Speed you... So this is going to start moving now. And here is your thermal balance. Coolant inlet, steam outlet, and then your steam generated. I've also got animated gauges checked. So we'll get this into like the 300 or just over 300 for the coolant volume. And then once we start hearing that initial boom of the turbine, then we'll have to quickly turn on pump 3 again to try and balance the system out. So we'll let that fill up. We might as well get this operational. So turn you on. We don't need to do vacuum because the vacuum's already done. Let's put you on slow. We have 2 switches here as well. We've got a condenser switch and we've got a steam generator switch. So we'll put you down to about 6. And then here you've got the electrical and thermal power. So
New operating mode established. Nominal mode.
we'll reload the fuel into the core. Let this start building up pressure. So that's that. We don't really need that. Main steam control valve, we'll leave that to 100. Turn on the resistor bank. Turbines bypass valve, we could probably leave that at 100 for now, depending on how quick we get into issues or into critical states. One other thing I'm going to do, bank and invoices, make sure auto pay outstanding invoices at the end of day is check marked, so it comes out automatically from your balance at the top. So how are we looking? So we should probably start slowing that down to 50 rams per minute for the pump. Obviously, this is all the way in the steam, so there is going to be a lot of playing going on around here to get this to be like parallel with the dial. Now, there is going to be times where it's going to jump all the way down to water, all the way to steam, and then yellow, and so on. And it's just going to keep conflicting. So you have to just be cautious about that. Condenser is 2205, so we've still got plenty of coolant in the condenser there. We'll let this go over a little bit, not too much, so it's still going down. Let's change you to 25. So what I'm doing at the moment, I am monitoring the coolant volume gauge along with the current flow speed. So we should be good around about here, but we'll set that, we'll pre-select that. That should gradually just start slowing down. Coolant inlet. It is the coolant return factor from the condenser used to compare with the steam generated and steam outlet factors. To determine internal equilibrium, if the factor is very low or zero, check whether there is sufficient power in the circulation pump or if the evaporator pressure is too high, preventing coolant return. So this is 51. It's about 50%. which is going to be parallel centered. So with it being over 1 over, it shouldn't be too much of an issue. Now we can start the initial startup procedure. Make sure everything is inserted. Well, let's turn you off and turn you on. Let's leave bank on, bank 1 on. And let's go to 95. Let's go 90. Now you want to keep an eye on this reactor temperature.
Warning, danger alarm.
Why is there a danger alarm? Why is there a danger alarm? There shouldn't be a danger alarm.
The reactor has reached critical mass, and its status has changed to reactive.
Why?
The reactor core coolant has started to circulate.
Change that. Low input flow. Low input flow of what? Okay, so this needs to hurry the fuck up. Okay, I think we're safe. I think we're safe. I had to change it to 95 to slow the temperature build up. So we'll go back to 90. And we're going to keep an eye on that core temperature. So this is still in speed 1. So it's about 306 and 360. Let's have some dramatic music, shall we? It's too loud. It won't be loud for you, but it's too loud. It's like bursting the speakers almost.
New operating mode established. Maximum mode.
Going to start getting ready to close the breaker.
Warning, danger alarm.
Genklers, no, this is Nuclear's version 2, which the update just dropped today. I'm a bit too low on that one. This is on Steam, yes it is. If you give me a second, I can post the link to the store page with the game in chat. There you go. That's the store page to Nuclear's. Let's have a look. It's the condensed room. We want the core inside number 6. That you can't see much on there because it's active. So core room. Say 14360. We are good with the output with 42% turbine bypass with resistor banks off. We are not exceeding the demand and we're not below. We are doing 18.7 megawatts out of 18.6 megawatts. So at this moment in time, the reactor is in fact stable. This we just need to play around with this a little bit more to try and get it to 50. You don't want to go too low because it will just be water or it will be steam. So we're just gradually bringing this down 0.1 just to try and balance this out. So the coolant inlet is currently 62, steam outlet is 62 and the steam generated is 64. 51, 52, 51.
Operator,
52, 51.
maintenance report is complete. Now, you can check it from your tablet.
Let's go to that. Still 51, 52, 51, 52, 51. 52, 51. So it's jumping between 51 and 52 at the moment on the steam water flow balance. Which isn't super bad, because it's not in the red either side or the yellow either side. So it's sort of stable at its current position. The pressure is fine and the temperature is fine. Demand exceeded. So put that up to 3. Again. Temperature is fine. Let's bring it down to 0.3. Demand still exceeded. How much are we delivering? 18.4 out of 15.5. 50. That doesn't change. 17.8 megawatts delivering. Demand exceeded is now no longer illuminated, so we are doing 16.5 megawatts, 16.2. Our compliance estimate is 108.2%. Temperature of the core is okay, it's still in normal mode, so it's not overreacting. This is fine, nothing needs to happen here, and we've set it to maximum mode and everything looks okay. Everything's stable, nothing critically is happening. Actually, while the reactor is stable, I'll read out the major update. So, posted Saturday, February the 8th. The game has been updated to version 2.0. Huge thanks to everyone who made this possible. The good news is that Nucleus is now fully modular, which means we can start thinking about other reactor models. There are many improvements that didn't make it into this update but are already in the works. They won't be as big and they won't take as long, so hopefully we'll get back to weekly or bi-weekly updates. Nucleus isn't a super realistic nuclear reactor simulator, nor does it aim to be. There are plenty of those on Roblox, and some are amazing, but none let you suit up in an anti-radiation suit and explore a functioning plant under the watchful eye of a robot with questionable intentions. That said, I should mention that some of the changes in this version make the game a bit more complex in previous versions. The steam generator pretty much balanced itself, and a single fuel block with a set of control rods was all you needed. That won't be the case anymore. So please take a look at the blog and the manual. It'll save you a lot of headaches. We ran a ton of tests and fixed a lot of bugs, but I won't be surprised if new ones pop up. Once you start playing, the long-time players know how it goes. No matter how many bugs appear, they'll all get fixed, sometimes sooner, sometimes later, but fixed nonetheless. Hope you enjoy it. And I will bring that on screen so you can read it as well. So this is the current version of the game we are now playing. Obviously, what I can do is I can do this. So you guys can read it a bit better, especially if you haven't got so much of a good eye. Let me turn off that merch for now. So you can take your time to read all of this. We're not in any rush. The reactor is currently stable. No bells are ringing, so we're good at this moment in time. The answer to your question, Janklers, yes, you can. And if you want me to do it in the stream, I will be happily do it for you. Because I am technically a long-term player at Nuclears. There are ways you can counteract the meltdown. But if you want me to do a meltdown in this game, I will be happily to do it. I might add a poll. The poll is going to start now. Going to suggest that a lot of you have read the release note and understand a little bit. But like I said, I am a long-term player. And I'll tell you how many hours I've got in the game. I've got a total of 322.7 hours. I'll leave the poll to run a couple of more minutes and then I'm going to end the poll. I can already see yes is in the lead by 0% no's. So, about the sponsored to play. I'm not exactly sponsored to play. However, before the update, I had my channel name on the sponsors list. I don't know if the developers forgot to add my channel back to the sponsors, or these are just purely sponsors of the what do you call it? Patreon. I'm not sure if I'll get my name back on the Nuclear sponsors. However, I will speak to the developer and see if he can put my name back on the board. Again, I'm not expecting him to do it because I've been on the board once before. If you played the previous version of Nuclears, my name was on the board. Well, my channel name was on the board. I'm having a smoke and a tea while I watch. Yeah, I'm having a cigarette and some fizzy pop. Let me turn the game music back down a little bit. So I'm going to end the poll, and of course the winner is yes. So for you, I'm going to do this on a special occasion, and I know exactly how to start it. Let's do that. So the temperature is going to get very high very quick. Now we're in XS3. We'll start hearing alarms. Here we go. So I think in a way the water the water would boil, but at this point there is no chance of getting it to counteract the meltdown procedure because it's too high in temperature. Now I don't know if we died instantly. Could try and do an emergency stop, but it might not be effective. We'll scram the rods. We'll turn the music off. You don't want to open these up. There's the fart cloud, as I call it. Well, actually, I'm in a suit. I'm okay at the moment. I call it the fart cloud because it looks like a fart cloud. Jammy dodgers. Reversed meltdown. You have achieved. What did that say? I just unlocked an achievement. You have achieved the impossible. No crisis can overcome you. 0.1% of players have this achievement. Reversed meltdown. Reversed nuclear core fission. Congratulations on successfully reversing a critical situation of nuclear reactor core fission. Your skills, experience, and dedication have been essential in preventing a potential catastrophe and ensuring the safety of the plant. In recognition of your outstanding work, a special bonus will be awarded to you as a prize. This is a well-deserved recognition for your decision, dedication, and commitment to the safety and well-being of all those who depended on the energy produced at the nuclear plant. Furthermore, repairs will be free of charge and immediate. And I've got a 25,000 bonus with that. So I can't move the character at the moment. I don't know what the game's doing at the moment. I think there's still a lot of radiation in the air. Where is my gyrometer thingy-mabobby? Where is it? Hello? Don't see it. I don't even think it's safe to take this suit off as of yet. So you get a 25,000 bonus if you're successful on reversing the energy fission. I think. I am going to assume that it is safe to remove this hazmat suit. Let me see. So with a successful reversed fission of the meltdown, I was able to get the bonus reward. Dry circulation pump 3 and the rods are destroyed. Obviously, if you didn't do the emergency stop, then it would have most likely been game over, but that was pretty much a meltdown. Obviously, you have the choice if you want to try and challenge yourself to reverse the meltdown. Obviously, there's no fuel rod, and we have no control rods because it got destroyed in the meltdown. So we're going to have to insert some new rods from 1. Install that. So the control rods are now inserted. We can get those into can we open up the hatch? We need in shutdown mode. So let's insert the rods by pressing the scram. Then gravity will literally, well, let's try turning you off and turning you back on again. There we go, scram. Let's press 100. They should now start to go in. Can we do scram yet? So they're now going to be fully inserted because gravity is pulling them in. And while it is safe, I will give you a tour of the inside of the reactor core, because we can open up the gates because there's no water above the threshold. What is that? Something's running. I don't like it. Pump's gonna blow. No, no, no. Not on my watch. No. What is running? Pump 3 is running. That one is also running. They will need to be repaired. Why does the camera keep doing that? Where's AO? AO, I need you on. Let's clear the maintenance report. send command, scan the area, reactor core. While he's doing repairs on the reactor core or analyzing it, let's go down here. I thought this would be a good point, a good position to show you the reactor, because with it being no water currently. Open. So this is the center of the reactor. These are your control rods. So that's the control rod bay. We are going to go to core access. This is where when you load the fuel rod, these pistons will lower into the center. Obviously, you've seen the rod engine room, but this is mainly for the new viewers that have just joined the stream. So here we have the control rod motor controller. These are going to control the rods by lowering where it lowers and raises them. And then you've got your group rods. So we've got 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 7, 8, and 9, because there's only 9 rod banks, and your fuses are all in here. To remove the fuse, you would have to turn it off first. Then you can safely pull the fuse out. If, and I will do a quick note, we'll do a quick save. If you do not turn off the breaker and you try to remove a fuse, again, this is for new players of the game. Like I said, if you do not turn that off and you pull this, you will electrocute yourself. Since we are loading back to main menu, I will start a new game. I will be back. There's that core room that we was in just a minute ago. These are your fuel rods. not fuel rods. Those are your fuel rods. These are your fuel capsules, if you want to call it that. I will be back. Question, can you upgrade parts or plant? Yes, you can upgrade the machines. What I'll do is I'll quickly nip to the toilet and I'll come back and I'll show you, because I'm going to start a new game, see if anything's different. I'll be right back. I am back. So when I first loaded into the game, there was a message that came up. So if we go new game, so you have the difficulty levels. So you've got an apprentice, which is a step-by-step guide, reactor startup and stabilization. Maintenance costs are 50% lower. The city can absorb any excess energy without penalties. No audits. No external power supply cut off due to non-payment. Or you have an easy mode. Maintenance costs are 25% lower. The city can absorb any excess energy without penalties. No audits, no external power supply cut off due to a non-payment. And if you choose normal, you have the reactor parameters, maintenance costs, audits and city requirements are within normal parameters. External power supply cut off due to non-payment. Here you have skip initial help and activate all controls. So when you enable that, it will turn on all of the control panels automatically. If you're new to the game, I would say start with the apprentice, then probably start with easy mode, and then you can choose to have the initial help and activate all controls or not. And then if you know what you're doing, because you can also change the slider here as well. So calm is minus 15% penalty, normal is nothing, and you have a 25% bonus. So prestige points is 25% bonus. You can go with sort of in between and not just on one, but you get a bonus as well. Plant ready to start operations. So this is basically where the plant is ready to start. If you're new to the game, I would highly recommend not using the chemical module, because it's going to get you confused real quick. Now, I haven't used the chemical module for some time, but on this stream, I will showcase it as well. I've played around with it in the past. Doesn't mean that I will remember everything. And we're going to leave all that checked. We're going to leave all that normal. Let's go with normal mode, because there was a pop-up message before, and I didn't quite read it. I wonder if it'll pop up again. Enabling this feature is recommended for experienced players. The reactor behavior and how to keep your plant running is vastly different than when this feature is disabled. Experienced players only, you have been warned. So with the chemical treatment, you also get a warning. So if you accidentally highlight that, you will get an additional warning just in case you didn't realize you clicked on it. And you can either cancel or accept. In my case, accept. So, plant is in ready operation. All the panels are turned on because I left the option engaged. But we also now have a chemical treatment. Now, I won't expect any of you to take this in because it does take practice to use the chemical treatment along with the main reactor. Up here, you'll notice we have a new screen. We have the reactivity, the absorption, xenon, or known as xenon, iodine, and boron. And then you also have the xenon and iodine gauges as well. The iodine concentration monitor, the dissolved gamma iodine activity, xenon concentration monitor, and you also have fission product xenon activity. So I will say if xenon is all the way in the red, it's going to kill your reactor. It's not going to increase temperature no more because it's poisoned. So 1 day without lost time accident. So this does count up each day you pass without any accidents. I will briefly show you the treatment plant. Again, I wouldn't expect you to pick it up as quick. So this is the treatment plant or the treatment room. I am going to change that mode to automatic opening. Here is the treatment plant. So this is your boron. This is what you inject into the coolant. It is advised to have the coolant flowing to equalize the boron going into the system. You have a control panel here. You have the main coolant reservoir, so you can use the reservoir from the control panel in the control room in here as well. Here we got the ion column inlet valve and ion column outlet valve. These represent these two. Got an inlet and an outlet. You got the no AOH tank and you've got the water tank. These can be located at the top here. This is your water valve. This is your water tank. This is the cleaning water tank. This is your sodium hydroxide reserve. Now, you can't mix the water or the sodium together because it heats, it creates heat, and it will cause damage. Over here, you have your boric acid reserve. So at the moment, we are sort of 50%. with the level. We want to make sure this is open, because that's going to inlet the water into the tank. So if we need to fill the tank up for any reason, we would open that valve for the water to come back in. Again, we've got a bit of water in the tank, and we've got a bit of sodium hydroxide, which is about 50% level. Here, this is the, so here we have the refill caps. So you would flick that on, which would then fill the sodium hydroxide tank. And you also have a fill valve for boric acid. So that will also go into the tank. Down here, you have purge valve. The purge valve will drain the current level of boric acid in this tank. That goes the same for the sodium hydroxide. Purge valve will drain this tank into this pipe, which then that pipe will go down below to a waste tank. The waste tank will need to be regularly emptied to keep it proficient. The way you would clean the waste tank is you'd get AO to clean it for you. Here we've got more fuses. So we've got the cleaning pump fuse and breaker. And we've got the boron filter pump, breaker, fuse and breaker. You want to make sure these are open. You'll know when they're in the open position because the valves are now open. So, and then obviously you've got your dosing pump, fuse and breaker. So what I tend to do, I know I turned it on automatic, but let me just leave it permanently open for ease of access. So we're going to get, we might as well just leave all of these manually opened. Where are you? So we'll go to 1. You don't have to permanently keep the manual operating mode on. I do sometimes just to make things a little bit easy when you're trying to get somewhere. So we are going to set pump 3 to 50. Turn on that. So the circulation has started. Also, the way you would refill the sodium hydroxide and the boric acid is you'd go down here to your supplies and spare parts, and you have your boric acid refill and sodium hydroxide refill, along with your control rods and your core fuel. So the current is 16, the capacity is 105. Now I can't buy that much because of the prestige points. So we will put new start. I'm going to quit out the game because I think the message only appears when you launch the game. Make sure update required. Update required. Another update's just been dropped. The following improvements and fixes were implemented. It reduced the sound of the core running, fixed the bug in the tutorial where it suggested to set the control rods to 0, added the missing colliders on the walls under the fuel block depot, fixed the zoom behavior when activating the tablet, which before this patch came out you could see that my camera kept zooming in and I had to keep zooming out. Fixed the help text for full fuel loading bays, adjusted the action distance of the charge pump buttons, fixed the error when using the Geiger counter, which we couldn't find in before because I couldn't find it where it usually is, and the tablet at the same time. Fixed the wet AO error when starting the game. This update is compatible with all previous save games. If you're having trouble loading a saved progress, please let me know. We are waiting for you in the game's Discord. And what I will do is I will copy that Discord. I will copy that link, especially if you're new to the game as well. And I will also paste the Nuclear's Discord in there. So we might as well update that right now. How many days have I got left of this? So I don't have a plan with Norton. I'm using the free trial. So that's completed. Like I said, I think the message only pops up when you start the game. See if it pops up again. New upgraded version 2.2 multi-fuel core. Please check the game blog for all changes. The game manual has been updated. Scenarios will be temporarily disabled. So multiplayer isn't available for the game as of yet, but it is planned for. So instead of doing a fresh start, I'm going to save the recent save. Well, not save the recent save. I'm going to load the recent save. And this is Jenkler's. What are you doing? Okay. And you can drown in the game as well. This is an absolute nightmare. No. I don't know why that's happened. Yeah, well, I know I've drowned. Thank you very much. Don't know what that must be a glitch. I'll have to load a previous. So, what's it? Auto save. It might be that one. And we're back in the control room. So, Jenklers, your question before about upgrading, you can upgrade. The way you would upgrade, I've loaded this save because I have quite a lot of prestige points that I can spend to showcase. So the way you would upgrade your machines and your pumps and your steam thingies, you would go to machines and upgrades. There is a DLC pack. No, we don't want that. There is a DLC pack for the for this set of generators. You won't get this unless you purchase the DLC. You will only get the class B and the class A. You won't get the class D. So the way you would upgrade, so circulation pumps, you would select your circulation pumps. Now you've got different ones. That's the one that's currently sat there. This is an improved one. You want to look at the flow capacity, the consumption, and the maintenance. Flow capacity is now 9,000 liters/minute. It's 100 kilowatt, and obviously maintenance is every 5 days. Freight pumps, you have the default, the non-upgraded ones. Then you've got a class B, which is a little bit quicker. And then you have the external primary reservoir. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to fully upgrade the whole system. So what I'm going to do, we need to make sure, let's turn that off. Let's turn you off. Turn you off. So the other thing as well, you also have fuses and breakers behind the control panels themselves. So every now and again the fuses will go pop, and that panel with that fuse box or fuse system will no longer work until you replace the fuse. And it's the same for this side. Obviously just the chemical treatment. The fuses can be located in the internal generation room, the internal supply. This is where your generators would sit. You have your oil, and then you have your fuel, and then you have some other things. You even got a spare rods controller. But we don't need that at this moment in time. Can I put, yeah, I can put you back down. Then this can be stored for whatever you want to store. Here are the fuses. Now, they are supposed to stay sat on the shelf, but they tend to fall off quite a lot. Over here, backup cabinets. Batteries will not be charged, so these cabinets, if you store batteries in them, they will not charge. Here is the AO charger battery backup. So if you lose power to the entire building, you can still charge AO on backup batteries. The same with the emergency batteries. At the moment, they're all green. Here is your switches. Limited battery charge. So how this works, I can't crouch, is must be limited to the power of the turbines. So when the turbine starts producing power, the backup batteries will start to charge. And you can also use the steam generators to run your the whole building. However, if you end up if for whatever reason your turbine cuts out, you will lose power and your backup power will come engaged. There's other ways for backup power. So one was the batteries, and the other is generator sets. Batteries, you can set it to automatic, charge or use. So if I set this to automatic, it will engage even though we've got power from the external grid. But say, for example, we lose power. Now we are using the backup batteries as power source. And obviously with the inefficient internal power, you cannot turn on any heavy duty machines, i.e. the condenser or the pumps. It will not work because the backup batteries are not powerful enough. If the generator kicks in, Yes, I was talking. I had my mic muted for some reason. Just ignore that from happening. Right, as I was saying, it's a pain in the arse I have to re-say everything again. Okay. So I'll try and work backwards from what I said. So when you're setting up an automatic startup of the generator sets, make sure you select, well, either set generator set 1 or generator set 2 to automatic. Don't have both automatic because yes, they both turn on, they produce power, but if you end up using the fuel from the backup generators, it's going to take some time to refill them again. So it's best to have one generator running. When it runs out of fuel or is completely damaged, you can then switch over to Gen Set 2 if you need to. If you don't want to rely, but to turn on the larger machines like your pumps and circulation, you have to have a generator on. You can't use the battery power because the battery is not strong enough for the kilowatts that it pulls. So at the moment the battery is charging, the backup batteries are charging because it's pulling power from this generator. If I was to set that back to on, this charging will no longer illuminate. Just like so. Because the reason why it's not charging is because the turbines are not producing power to charge the batteries. So you can temporarily keep it in the off position and you can have it charging from the generator set. If your generator fails, oopsie daisy, it failed. Your backup batteries will then re-engage. So now, if you've got generator set 2 and this is completely damaged, which is almost damaged because it's smoking and it's not going to take long before it catches fire, you'll want to start up your Gen Set 2. So, generator 2 here. Let's pretend it's generator set 2. We're starting that up. We'll wait for it to fully engage. Now you don't have to control the start stop up here, you can do it in control as well. So when that is fully engaged, when that light goes green, that will change from active to charging. Now I'll sit in this position so you can see both in view. It depends how much you want to spend on this cool nitro. So now we've got a real big problem. But the batteries are charging. Now I don't think either the developer of the game has got the sprinkler system working as of yet. also die by fire. So the external power, we are on external energy, I think. It says insufficient internal power, but it's charging. So it might take a bit of time. There we go. So the generator has got a bit of a problem. Now we've got a problem. This is fire hazard. I think we can get AO and repair it. No, we don't want a sensor charger. Let's do that for now. No, I've done it again. He's gonna end up having a headache the amount of times he lands on the target. Send command, scan peg. There's nothing there for the internal. Analyze the device. We've got transformer resistor. So I'm moving the mouse stick. That needs to be sorted. I don't think we've got one here. So, scan your surroundings. Not possible. Okay. Hey-o. We can manually do it as well. Nope. Can't analyze this component. Nope. Can't analyze that. Preventive maintenance analysis.
We'll start with the analysis of the situation of the plant.
So we are on external power on the grid. We're going to have to let AA do his preventive maintenance task. As it is. About 5. So what I'm going to do is logistics, supplies, spare parts. I don't think there's an upgraded version of that turbine, no. So yep, there's no items to display because we deleted it. Sell. Okay, yep. Sell. Never mind. Condenser. We can only upgrade the upgrades there. Resistor banks. You can upgrade and add more. Yep, I know. Marketplace. We will get generator 3. We'll get class D. We'll put it into slot 1. We'll buy another one and put that into slot 2. We will get this. We'll buy that and we'll put it on So I believe that goes over there. It's 1, 1. Power transformer. We'll add another one and another one. While we are here, we will condenser. Can't do much with that. Yes, I know. Freight pump. That's external. Must be inactive. We'll only stick with loops. No, actually, we'll put it on 2, 1. So we've got to wait for the first one to get delivered. We'll put you on 3. Put you also on 1. And we'll also put you on 2. Brake pumps. Let's put you on 5. Yep. Yep. You're not happy with that. So we'll get you. Put you there. You there. Invalid location. Yep. Okay. You're not happy with that either. No, I'm looking at the wrong thing. That's why. So we'll use that pump. Condenser. Go to that. Need to also add circulation pumps to 8. So we can only put class A and class B. So that's class B. So that's A2, B2, C2. We'll put U, A1, and B1. Oh, while we are also here, draw rods. Okay, so I think it's about 10 you can do. You might be able to push 20. And I've used all my prestige points. Don't panic. Let's call it blah, blah, blah. I I just need to find the file. If I can remember where it's going to be. Users. Nav data. Lookaloo. Nucleus. Save games. Date modified. We will open you in Visual Studio. And I will turn you on. Shift, no, Control F, no. So Puntos or Puntos is classed as points, and Nivu Puntos is new points. Now, you don't have to mod the game like I do. I tend to do it just while I am basically save. Let's close you. Let's go to quick load. See if that does anything. Dee 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 doo 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 dee 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 doo 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 doo. Nee 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 dee 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 dee.
Operator, I'm going to start with the analysis of the situation of the plant. Operator, the situation analysis of the plant has been suspended. Operator, I'm going to start with the analysis of the situation of the plant.
As we was doing, so we've got Class B and no, we've got Class B and Class C. We don't need anything else. That ain't gonna work because we don't have a freight pump.
Maintenance report is complete. Now, you can check it from your tablet.
Transformer needs to be off. I can't remember if there used to be buttons to turn off the no. Dum dee dee dum dee 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 dee. How can you Where's we going? Oh yeah. Why is there light coming through here? There's a gap somewhere in the ceiling. I don't know why that circulation is leaking. How often do I stream? Basically, I'll stream when and where I can. There is no set schedule for streaming. But if you have your notifications on and you selected all the notifications, you will be notified when a video drops or when a stream is about to begin. Right. What is going on here? Let's drain you. Actually, what I'll do is turn you off for a second. Right, a reservoir. Good night, Jenklers. Thank you for popping by. just upgrading everything that I can. Game is frozen. Probably have no choice but to force close the game. Damn it.
Operator, I'm going to start with the analysis of the situation of the plant. Operator, the situation analysis of the plant has been suspended. Operator, I'm going to start with the analysis of the situation of the plant. You can check it from your tablet. Operator, I'm going to start with the maintenance tasks. During this time, I will not be able to respond to your commands. Tasks have been completed successfully.
Game's frozen again.
I'm going to start with the analysis of the situation of the plant. Operator, the situation analysis of the plant has been suspended. Operator, I'm going to start with the analysis of the situation of the plant. can check it from your tablet. Operator, I'm going to start with the maintenance tasks. During this time, I will not be able to respond to your commands. Maintenance tasks have been completed successfully. Operator, I am taking control of the monitoring and refueling of the generator sets. Operator, the generator set has been loaded with fuel. Operator, the generator set has been loaded with fuel. Operator, I am taking control of the monitoring and refueling of the generator sets.
Operator detected in the Please don't move. Analyzing. Analysis completed successfully. Radioactivity not detected. Security alert. Primary circuit pumps have been disabled. There are open hatches or floodgates.
3N1 CPUMPE. I noticed that you cheated. What was it like with the level? Could you change everything in the save game, or am I wrong? So the developer isn't against cheating in the game. I edited the save game.xml. If you're new to the game, it may take time to understand what the language is. So puntos or puntos basically means points. Nuevo puntos means new points. So when you change the points here, you also have to change it on the new points. Once you've edited the points and the experience, then you just simply click save, and you're done. And then all you need to do after that is basically reload the game. Now I don't need to because I've already done it. But when you increase your points and your level, you can then upgrade pretty much everything and everything and everything. Like I'm doing right now. One thing to note as well is if you haven't got the DLC, you will only get the Class A and the Class B. If you have the DLC, you can then have a Class D generator set. Circulation pumps. You got your Loop A1, which is the Class A, Loop A1 Class B, Loop A1 Class C, you have the Class A freight pump, you have the Class B freight pump, and then you have the Class C freight pump. The Class C freight pump can only go into certain positions. As in, you can't just randomly, willy-nilly place it where you want to place it. It has a set location. Then you've got your steam generator. You got three versions of the resistor bank. You have a Class A, which is the capacity of that much kilowatt. You have a Class B, which is the capacity of that kilowatt. And then you have a Class C, which is that amount of kilowatt. And the maintenance is every 120 hours of use. Same with your power transformers. You have a class A, you have a class B, and you have a class C. I have got class Cs in the plant. So I am going to generate, well, I'm going to upgrade everything that I can. Also, you have core fuels. You have a class B, and you have a class C. Replacement resistor banks. You have a class A, which is the max capacity, shown here. You have a class B, which is shown this maximum capacity. And you have a class C, which is this amount of capacity. Fuses are just default. You have your control rods, which are stored in that corner, those green pipe things. So I am just upgrading everything I can upgrade. You can have a max of 3 loops in the game. Let me just finish upgrading these circulation pumps. Let me pull up Discord. On the Nucleus Discord, they have a section for they have a channel dedicated to modding and scripting. So this is where people discuss about the modding side of things. sometimes you'll get users that will upload a github.com modded assembly or an edited assembly. Here everyone just discusses about modding, and sometimes people or users will share their modded files. Obviously, as you can see, me and the developer have been DMing each other. This was one of the files he showed me of what he was working on, like with the new steam turbines. I was then talking to him about fluid simulation, because I got this picture, and you know the I don't know what you call this around the edge of the pool, but this edge of the pool is what I was trying to manipulate in Unreal Engine. Like, this would be the swimming pool, and then when people are splashing around, the water would go down in the little gaps. It was sort of a creation I was trying to work with fluid simulation, and fluid simulation is quite hard to do if you don't know what you're doing. This block on this project I was doing at the time was going to be a pump to transfer the liquid through pipes, and then there would be like a power box, and then I was doing some coding, visual scripting, which is with just blueprints where you get nodes and then you connect all the nodes together. Same with this bit here. Then I went on creating a light fixture with Blender. Then I was coming up with an idea of like a fire alarm system, just like so. And then I went down to modding like fuse boxes. Just like so. That's when I removed the panel from the actual object, and this is what I was trying to manipulate in Blender for this type of fuse box. Then I made a Trello for my game development stages. And then we were just continuing talking. Like, I was telling him that I use the curve whatever it is with Blender. Just coming up with different situations, like the outline of the fuse box, which would be the same as how this would be laid out, the actual board itself. This was when I got a flat image version of it, and then I was trying to manipulate the boxes like you could see here. Then this is when I imported it into Blender. And then I went from that to upgrading the fuse box to the point where I got to this part with a bit of copper wire showing. There's a closer image. You got your screws, you got your fuse boxes itself, you got the trip boxes, and then you got the cables, and then you got the shiny copper. And then we was discussing about nuclears. So this was the original game. This was the original version of the game with nuclears. And then I mentioned about a bug or something, and he responded back. And then it's back down to a horror game I was developing with Unreal Engine. I was getting issues everywhere. And we was talking about the preliminary version. This was the testing area before it was upgraded. These were the original fuel cells, which are different now. And then and then I posted about my thumbnail that I created, version 2. So, and we are playing the version 2 as we speak. But I recently uninstalled the entire Unreal Engine 5.5.1 and all of my projects that I was working on, because I messed around with a setting, and the lighting situation was just pure dark, and it was annoying because I couldn't counteract it. So but I've got a friend that's just moved into his own flat. He's waiting for his internet to come on, and then he's going to start learning Unreal Engine, and then once he's up to speed with Unreal Engine, me and him are going to work on a game together. Let's request start operations. I thought I ordered another turbine. Clearly not. .34 megawatts, and my overall is not good. Might have to I've got no choice but to bleed the entire system. because that oval isn't moving. So I'm going to be draining the entire system. We need to open up L1A, L2A. We need to open up L1B and L2B. So L1, L1A. So we need A1, A2, A3. I need to open up those valves. A1, A2, A3. A4, A5, A6. A4, A5, A6. So what I'm doing is I am opening loop 1 to the system. Along with loop 2, which is the middle, because you've got loop 1, loop 2 and loop 3. When you start the game, you always start with loop 3. So we need B1, B2 and B3. B1, B2, B3, B4, B5, B6, B4, B5 and B6. So let's shut you off. You, all the loops are open. We are bleeding the coolant system as at the moment. Generator 1 isn't installed yet because that is currently in the shipment. So we're going to have to avoid using loop 1, which is the top one. Actually, I'm going to cut loop 1. I'm going to close A1 and A2 valve, so that coolant can't make it into that system then. Because it won't have anywhere to pass through to. And it will most likely damage the pipes and burst them because of the pressure. So loop 1 is going to stay offline for now. Loop 2 and loop 3 are going to be operational. We'll let the go a couple of hours. To the point where the whole entire system is blank. Pressurizer. Let's turn you off. We'll turn vent valve and cooling valve. And we've got an audit in progress for our plant at this moment in time. New, close, close. We need to open up U. Can't turn on loop 3 because the pressurizer is connected to loop 3 pump, which is over there, which is coming out of this pipe, up, and then in. We have our first award received for having complied with the standards of operability and security verified in audit. Press enter key to exchange for prestige points. So you can press enter to get prestige points for it if you want. So how is this system looking? So this is pretty much almost so. Let's close this purge valve and the recirculation valve. Might as well turn on external primary pump. And we'll turn on internal primary pump. Have we not got a pump? No, we did not. Why the internal primary pump wasn't turning on. Anywho, these are now closed. We will refill the system entirely. We'll inactivate that for while we fill up the system here. And we've run out of primary coolant. And the game is frozen. Give me a second while I reboot the game. It will show. There we go. B1, B2, B3. That's A. B4, B5, B6. B4, B5, B6. B4 is open, B5 is open, and B6 is open. So they are open. That's let me save just in case the game crashes at some point. To save again. There is a bug when you open up the service compliance. I am going to pass that on to the developer. I have sent that to the developer. We'll have to avoid opening the service compliance tab until it's resolved. Everything else is working fine. Just not the compliance menu. I am putting my phone on charge. So it's dead. 7 days without a lost time incident.
New operating mode established. Nominal mode.
Do 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 do.
The reactor core coolant has started to circulate. New operating mode established. Shutdown mode. Shutdown mode. New operating mode established. Nominal mode.
The reactor seems to be having an issue starting up. Hmm.
Warning, danger alarm. New operating mode established. Shutdown mode. The reactor core coolant has stopped circulating. reactor core coolant has started to circulate. The reactor core coolant has stopped circulating. The reactor core coolant has started to circulate. The reactor core coolant has stopped circulating. Warning, danger alarm. The reactor core coolant has started to circulate. The reactor core coolant has stopped circulating.
Mhm.
The reactor core coolant has stopped circulating. The reactor core coolant has started to circulate.
going to end the stream here. If you enjoyed it, then please like, subscribe, turn on post notifications. Make sure you turn on all notifications. That way you won't miss any more updates. I will plan on streaming nuclears again at some point. Not sure when though, but you'll get notified when an upcoming stream is going to drop. If you had the all notifications on. But again, thanks for watching, and I will catch you in the next one.